We have a friend now in Christian Maria. He's ended. If you want some help, Christian Maria is ended or I think Christian's good man.
Pwede po kayo maglapag ng bahay nyo dyan. Shoutout Raymart Vlogs, teacher. Yan po. Magdikitan po kayo. Shoutout Raymart Vlogs. Hinihintay lang po natin magsimula yung Sona ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Inaayos pa po nila sa House of Representatives. Live po tayo mamaya. Ibo-broadcast po natin ng live ang Sona ng ating mahal na Pangulo. Moto. Paano yan? Wala akong bahay. Homeless po ako. Ma'am Hashimoto, gawa na po kayo ng bahay. I-vlog niyo po kung how it's like to live in your area. I believe you are in Japan right now, Ma'am Hashimoto? Yes, Mendo Kusai. Mendo Kusai. Lumang-luma na bahay ko, di na pinupuntahan. Ma'am, wala naman po yun sa bago or luma. Anin ko ang bahay na bato kung ang nakatira naman ay kwago. Mas gugustuhin ko pa ang bahay na ang nakatira ay tao. Sabi nga nila. Pasyal lang ako sa bahay nyo, sabi ni Hashimoto. Salamat po, Ma'am Hashimoto. Stay tuned po. We will broadcast the Sona of President Rodrigo Duterte live from House of Representatives, Batasan. Sir Lakay, pwede nyo na po ilapag yung bahay nyo para matikitan po nila kayo. Maraming salamat sa iyo, Ma'am Flintot, PE Teacher TV. Ma'am Flintot, kamusta? Kamusta po, Ma'am Flintot? Okay na, Ma'am Flintot, okay na. Lumabas na yung ano mo.
The Honorable Speaker will address the Assembly this morning.
In Psalm 127, we are told that unless the Lord builds the house, those who build labor in vain. And unless the Lord watches over the city, the watchman stays awake in vain. These words are brought to life as we read the preamble of the Philippine Constitution, an attempt to build a country dedicated to God. We, the sovereign Filipino people, imploring the aid of Almighty God in order to build a just and humane society and establish a government that shall embody our ideals and aspirations, promote the common good, conserve and develop our patrimony, and secure to ourselves and our posterity the blessings of independence and democracy. Under the rule of law and a regime of truth, justice, freedom, love, equality, and peace, do ordain and promulgate this Constitution. We affirm that yes, the Filipino people believe that with the aid of the Almighty, we can build an amazing society, one filled with happiness and prosperity, brought about by faith in God, hope for the future, and love for our fellow men. It is time to build relationships that are stronger than our disagreements, build communities that are able to embrace our differences, and to build a Philippine nation united in its fight against this virus and against every other challenge that we will face as a people and as a nation. In the past 10 years of steady economic growth, if it has taught us anything, it is that our nation can overcome whatever challenge is placed before us. The dream of economic parity with our Asian neighbors can easily be a reality if, as a spiritual people, we continue to fight corruption in all areas of society and pray for guidance as we try to do what is right, gawin ang tama, in a world where doing wrong can be so convenient and can be so well rewarded. Sadly, while the decade of success has shown us how high we can go, it also exposed our vulnerability to natural disasters like the COVID-19 or the new coronavirus pandemic. It showed us that the metrics used by our society for success, money, power, and position, are not only irrelevant in dealing with this crisis, they can at times even be a distraction and a hindrance to finding the right connection with the people in finding solutions. At this time, when the whole world is facing crisis, a crisis unprecedented in scale, at least during our lifetime, the Filipino people expect that we, their elected representatives, will speak with all honesty, candor, and humility, and this is what the situation demands. The enormity, the challenges, and the severity of the crisis we face require much faith, sacrifice, and hard work, not just from our leaders, but from each and every one of us. This is not the time to be unclear as to the intentions of this House of the People. Instead, we must speak frankly and truthfully, surely about our hopes and aspirations, but also, and perhaps more importantly, about our uncertainties and the fears that our people are facing. We cannot sugarcoat the fact that our way of life, what we once looked and took for granted as being normal, is completely, irrevocably, undeniably gone. It has forever been changed by this pandemic, and nothing we can do can bring it back. Everything from this point on should no longer be about recapturing the past. Huwag na po nating habulin yung kahapon. But we have to acknowledge in humility our mistakes. Surviving the present and building a great future depends on it. Humble ourselves, pray, discern, work hard. But definitely we need a plan, we need a roadmap. These are the hard realities. I know for those of you who have lost loved ones, yung mga hindi man lang nakapagpaalam, lalo po doon sa biktima ng COVID na nasa isolation. At sa inyo po na mga nawalan ng trabaho, lalo po sa nawalan na ng trabaho na stranded pa ho at hindi maka... I expect that the very notion of someone telling you to move on is in itself offensive and hurtful. Wala po kaming masasabi that will not be insensitive. But that is not our intention. It's not our intention to just say move on or ignore the hurt that you are feeling. Please believe us, your representatives, when we say we understand your grief. Most of us may not have actually felt it, but we also have friends, relatives, and of course our constituents who are suffering, and we see the suffering. And it is precisely because we know that what you are going through that I cannot in good conscience stay silent on this. Grave illnesses require bitter medicine. We cannot afford to be weak, not at this time, not with this virus. For this, I am eternally grateful that God, in His wisdom and mercy, has granted us the leadership that the nation needs during this crisis. As I take comfort in the President's firm but fatherly hand, I am also supremely confident about the ability of the great nation to endure the worst, as it has endured, overcome, and prospered in the past. But our faith in God and our thankfulness for a good president doesn't mean he doesn't need help, and does not mean we should not pray for him, for the right advisors, guidance, health, and protection. Yes, there's a lot will be unequal to the task. On the contrary, the Filipinos have tempered and molded by the hardest of fates, and even during the darkest of war, dictatorship, and economic crisis, or any other crisis that we have faced as a people, when the very politicians who were expected to lead the country forswore their duties and shrank from their responsibilities, it was the people themselves who proved that the Philippines will not go down easily. This is a reminder to our leaders. People will step up. So we have to do our best, and we cannot fail our people. These are the same people who saw the need for change in 2016 and are delude ourselves with the thought that Congress is primus inter pares, or the first among equals. No, I am here to tell you that if we, members of their house, who must rise to the occasion and fulfill the mandate that the people have entrusted to us, not just to represent them in these halls, but to be truly one of them in our hearts, in our minds, in our actions. Di po pwedeng sabihin po, sila po ang VIP at tayo po ang lalaban para sa kanilang interes. It is in this spirit that we need to move together as one nation, move faster, move united in our goal to protect the weakest among us and create a better way of life, a better way of life for all Filipinos, not just for the privileged, the rich, and the powerful. Just to put things into perspective, a year ago, I spoke before this body with so much hope and confidence in our future. The economy was booming. We were riding high on a strong electoral showing by the administration. Poll after poll, the nation was finally feeling the effects of strong leadership of President Duterte. In other words, we were on our way to fulfilling promises of providing a safe and comfortable life for all. It was amid this backdrop of confidence and euphoria that Congress got off to a running start. And I have to thank the Majority Leader, Martin Romualdez, the Rules Committee, the Minority Leader Bishop Abante, and all the members of the House. We worked hard. We passed the budget in record time. It's a very good budget, as well as numerous key legislations, too many to enumerate, setting new records in productivity and efficiency compared to all other Congresses. We did this together, so thank you, brothers and sisters of the 18th Congress. When Taal erupted, bringing with it misery and grief for our kababayans in Batangas, Congress rose to the occasion and held a historic first session outside these halls and among our constituents. We went to them and listened to their problems, not as politicians looking for a vote, not as politicians wanted to be heard by our constituents, but as servants of the people seeking genuine solutions to their problems by listening to those who are most affected by the calamity. And even as we were struggling to cope with one crisis, the virus that now grips us was slowly rearing its head. Yes, this House did well in seeing the danger of COVID-19 and voicing our concerns as early as January. January pa lang po, paulit-ulit na tayo na we have to focus on this. Despite the political noise, despite the lobbying for different kinds of controversial topics, during this time, sinabi po natin, kailangan tayo ng Batangas at parating ang COVID-19. But none of us ever anticipated the scale of the devastation and dislocation it would eventually rock our country. Hindi po natin na-predict yun. Wala pong nakakita. The fight to defeat COVID-19 showed us the necessity of protecting the environment, not just as a natural resource, but as a matter of survival. It taught us the value of hope during those times where all seemed to be lost, and of fighting for what is right all the time, every time. It even inspired us to set aside personal animosities and work together for the good intentions to help our good nation. Right now, our greatest and most difficult task is to keep Filipinos safe and healthy while getting Filipinos back to work. Lives and livelihood. Buhay, kabuhayan. We need to build and retool those industries that have been gutted by this pandemic. And in this endeavor, the government will be playing a significant role. I propose we strengthen the agriculture, tourism, and manufacturing sectors, augmented by robust investment in infrastructure, all kinds of infrastructure, tourism-related infrastructure, agriculture-related infrastructure, infrastructure for education, for health, and of course, for mobility. And of course, let's not forget, if this is an invisible enemy, there's also an invisible or not visible infrastructure, the infrastructure for the digital world. This can be the primary source of employment and growth, especially in rural areas. Let us take this opportunity to bring our kababayans home, not in boxes, but as the conquering heroes that they are. Properly supported and given the right opportunities, these returning OFWs will form the first wave of our offensive in the countryside. Armed with technology, training, and discipline, they have so much knowledge, they have learned so much from other countries. They have the ability to transform our economy practically overnight if we put the right plan in place. Let us look to the provinces as the new center of development. COVID-19 has shown us the weak underbelly of our big cities. How easy can they be brought down to their knees, and with it the whole nation, by disease and infection. We should never allow ourselves to be caught off guard again. This is a clarion call for all urban planners, engineers, and architects. The government, the people need you. We need your ideas help us build a better Philippines by decongesting our cities and spreading the wealth to every area, every island, every valley, every hilltop, every mountain in the country. Hand in hand with this, we look towards revitalizing the Philippine creative industry. Once the envy of Asia, but now a mere shadow its former glory. This week, the House leadership and anyone who would like to join us will be filing a bill that will establish the Department of Arts and Culture so that instead of being a casualty of COVID-19, Filipino creativity and artistry will be an integral part of our arsenal for recovery. And we will be targeting Asia and not just the Philippines. And when we say creative industry, this department will only be the first bill among others, because when we say creative, this includes, for example, robotics, performing arts, anything that's precisely created by the mind. We must approach this problem and prepare as if we are at war, which to a large extent we are, not with a foreign aggressor, not with a local insurgency, but with an unseen enemy that shows no mercy, gives no quarter, and takes no prisoner. And while it sometimes brings out the best in us, many times it also brings out the worst in us. In the face of an evolving enemy and a fluid battleground, Congress needs to continue to adapt, innovate, and manage. If we are to stay above water until a vaccine or cure is found, which by the most conservative estimates will not be viable until the end of the year or early next year at the soonest. In the meantime, we have to trust in God and remain strong. To the Filipino people, please know that we welcome your vigilance and ask you to continue to watch over this Congress and to cry the alarm whenever you see an abuse in our ranks. By all means, hold us to the highest standards of integrity and public service, but do not stand apart from us. We have to learn to agree to disagree. Hindi po pwede na kapag hindi tayo nag-agree, galit na galit tayo. Kasi isang katawan lang tayo. Isang bayan lang po natin. Be our brothers and sisters in arms for a better normal. This is your house. And together with God, seeking His guidance, seeking His mercy and forgiveness, let us continue to build and make it. Let us continue to build a strong nation. God bless the Philippines. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Secretary General will now call the roll.
Roll call of members, honorable representatives from the National Capital Region, Caloocan City, 1st District, Honorable Dale Along R. Malapitan. 2nd District, Honorable Edgar R. Erice. Las Piñas City, Lone District, Honorable Camille A. Villar. Makati City, 1st District, Honorable Romulo Kid Peña Jr. 2nd District, Honorable Luis N. Campos Jr. Malabon City, Lone District, Honorable Josephine Veronique R. Lacson Noel. Mandaluyong City, Lone District, Honorable Neptali M. Gonzalez II. City of Manila, 1st District, Honorable Manuel Luis Manny T. Lopez. 2nd District, Honorable Rolando M. Valeriano. 3rd District, Honorable John Marvin Yul Servo C. Nieto. 4th District, Honorable Edward Vera Perez Maceda. 5th District, Honorable Crystal L. Bagatsing. 6th District, Honorable Benvenido M. Abante Jr. Marikina City, 1st District, Honorable Bayani F. Fernando. 2nd District, Honorable Stella Luz A. Kimbo. Muntinlupa City, Lone District, Honorable Rosano Rufino B. Biazon. Navota City, Lone District, Honorable John Reynold M. Tiangco. Parañaque City, 1st District, Honorable Eric L. Olivares. 2nd District, Honorable Joy Myra S. Tambunting. Pasay City, Lone District, Honorable Antonino G. Calixto. Pasig City, Lone District, Honorable Roman T. Romulo. Quezon City, 1st District, Honorable Anthony Peter Onyx D. Crisologo. 2nd District, Honorable Precious Hipolito Castelo. 3rd District, Honorable Alan Benedict S. Reyes. 4th District, Honorable Jesus Bong C. Suntay. 5th District, Honorable Alfred Vargas. 6th District, Honorable Jose Christopher Y. Belmonte. San Juan City, Lone District, Honorable Ronaldo B. Zamora. Taguig City, Pateros, 1st District, Honorable Alan Peter Compañero S. Cayetano. 2nd District, Honorable Maria Laarni Cayetano. Valenzuela City, 1st District, Honorable Wesley T. Gatchalian. 2nd District, Honorable Eric M. Martinez. From Region 1, Ilocos Norte with the City of Lawag. 1st District, Honorable Ria Cristina G. Fariñas. 2nd District, Honorable Angelo Marcos Barba. Ilocos Sur with the cities of Vigan and Candon. 1st District, Honorable Deogracias Victor D.V. B. Savellano. 2nd District, Honorable Christine Singson Mihan. La Union, 1st District, Honorable Pablo C. Ortega. 2nd District, Honorable Sandra Y. Erigel, MD. Pangasinan, 1st District, Honorable Arnold Noli D. Celeste. 2nd District, Honorable Jumel Anthony I. Espino. 3rd District, Honorable Rose Marie Baby J. Arenas. 4th District, Honorable Christopher V. P. De Venecia. 5th District, Honorable Ramon Monmon V. Guico III, DPM. 6th District, Honorable Tyrone D. Agabas. From Region 2, Cagayan Valley, Batanes, Lone District, Honorable Siriaco B. Gato Jr. Cagayan 1st District, Honorable Ramon C. Nolasco Jr. 2nd District, Honorable Samantha Louise Vargas Alfonso. 3rd District, Honorable Joseph Jojo L. Lara. Isabela 1st District, Honorable Antonio Tony Pet T. Albano. 2nd District, Honorable Ed Christopher S. Go. 3rd District, Honorable Ian Paul L. D. 4th District, Honorable Alisa Sheena P. Tan. 5th District, Honorable Faustino Michael Carlos T. D. III. 6th District, Honorable Faustino Ino A. D. V. Nueva Vizcaya Lone District, Honorable Luisa Lloren Quaresma. Quirino Lone District, Honorable Juni E. Kua. From Region 3, Central Luzon, Aurora Lone District, Honorable Romel Rico T. Angara. Bataan 1st District, Honorable Geraldine B. Roman. 2nd District, Honorable Jose Enrique Joet S. Garcia III. Bulacan 1st District, Honorable Kuya Jose Antonio R. C. Alvarado. 2nd District, Honorable Gavini Apol C. Pancho. 3rd District, Honorable Lorna C. Silverio. 4th District, Honorable Henry R. Villarica. San Jose del Monte City, Lone District, Honorable Florida Rida P. Robes. Nueva Ecija 1st District, Honorable Estelita B. Swansing. 2nd District, Honorable Micaela S. Violago. 3rd District, Honorable Rosana Ria V. Vergara. 4th District, Honorable Maricel G. Natividad Nagaño, MD. Pampanga 1st District, Honorable Carmelo John B. Lazatin II. 2nd District, Honorable Juan Miguel Macapagal Arroyo. 3rd District, Honorable Aurelio Dong D. Gonzalez Jr. 4th District, Honorable Juan Pablo Rimpi P. Bondok. Tarlac First District, Honorable Carlos O. Coanco. Second District, Honorable Victor A. Yap. Third District, Honorable L. Villanueva. Zambales First District, Honorable Jeffrey D. Conghun. Second District, Honorable Cheryl P. Deloso Montalia. From Region 4A, Calabarzon, Batangas, with the cities of Tanawan and Santo Tomas. First District, Honorable Elenita Milagros Aileen Ermita Buhain. Second District, Honorable Reneo Rani E. Abu. Third District, Honorable Maria Teresa V. Collantes. Fourth District, Honorable Lianda B. Bolelia. Fifth District, Honorable Mario Vittorio Marvi A. Marino. Sixth District, Lipa City, Honorable Vilma Santos Recto. Cavite with the cities of Cavite, Trece Martires, and Tagaytay. First District, Honorable Francis Gerald Aguinaldo Abaya. Second District, Bacoor City, Honorable Strike B. Revilla. Third District, Imo City, Honorable Alex A.A.L. Advincula. Fourth District, Dasmariñas City, Honorable Elpidio F. Barzaga Jr. Fifth District, Honorable Dalia A. Loyola. Sixth District, General Trias City, Honorable Luis John A. Ferrer IV. Seventh District, Honorable Jesus Crispin C. Remulla. Eighth District, Honorable Abraham Bambol N. Tolentino. Laguna with the cities of Cabuyao, San Pedro, and Santa Rosa. First District, Honorable Dan S. Fernandez. Second District, Honorable Ruth Mariano Hernandez. Third District, Honorable Sol Aragones. Fourth District, Honorable Benjamin C. Agarao Jr. Binyan City, Lone District, Honorable Marilyn Len B. Alonte. Calamba City, Lone District, Honorable Joaquin M. Chipeco Jr. Quezon with the city of Lucena, First District, Honorable Wilfrido Mark M. Enverga. Second District, Honorable David J.J. C. Suarez. Third District, Honorable Aleta C. Suarez. Fourth District, Honorable Angelina Helen D.L. Tan, M.D. Rizal First District, Honorable Michael John R. Duavit. Second District, Honorable Juan Fidel Felipe F. Nograles. Antipolo City, First District, Honorable Roberto V. Puno. Second District, Honorable Resurrección M. Acop. From Mimaropa Region, Marinduque, Lone District, Honorable Lord Alan J. Q. Velasco. Occidental Mindoro, Lone District, Honorable Josephine Ramirez Sato. Oriental Mindoro with the city of Calapan, First District, Honorable Doy C. Liachon. Second District, Honorable Alfonso V. Umali Jr. Palawan with the city of Puerto Princesa, First District, Honorable Franz Chicoy E. Alvarez. Second District, Honorable Cyril Beng F. Abueg Zaldivar. Third District, Honorable Hill Cabarangay Jr. A. Acosta. Romblon, Lone District, Honorable Eleandro Jesus F. Madrona. From Region 5 Bicol, Albay with the cities of Legazpi, Ligao, and Tabaco. First District, Honorable Edsel C. Lagman. Second District, Honorable Joey Sarte Salceda. Third District, Honorable Fernando T. Cabredo. Camarines Norte, First District, Honorable Josefina B. Tallado. Second District, Honorable Marisol C. Panotes. Camarines Sur with the cities of Naga and Iriga. Second District, Honorable Luis Raymond L. Ray F. Villafuerte Jr. Third District, Honorable Gabriel H. Bordado Jr. Fourth District, Honorable Arnie B. Fuentebella. Fifth District, Honorable Jocelyn F. Fortuno. Catanduanes, Lone District, Honorable Hector S. Sanchez. Masbate with the City of Masbate, 1st District, Honorable Narciso R. Bravo Jr. 2nd District, Honorable Elisa Olga T. Ko. 3rd District, Honorable Wilton Tonton T. Ko. Sorsogon with the City of Sorsogon, 1st District, Honorable Evelina G. Escudero. 2nd District, Honorable Maria Bernardita Ditas Ramos. From Region 6, Western Visayas, Aklan, 1st District, Honorable Carlito S. Marquez. 2nd District, Honorable Teodorico T. Haresco Jr. Antique Lone District, Honorable Lauren Legarda. Capiz with the City of Rojas, 1st District, Honorable Emmanuel Tawi Billones. 2nd District, Honorable Fred H. Castro. Guimaras Lone District, Honorable Maria Lucille L. Nava, MD. Iloilo with the City of Pasig, 1st District, Honorable Janet L. Garin. 2nd District, Honorable Michael B. Goreseta. 3rd District, Honorable Lawrence R. Defensor. 4th District, Honorable Braden John Q. Biron. 5th District, Honorable Raul Boboy C. Tupas. Iloilo City, Lone District, Honorable Julian Jam L. Baronda. Negros Occidental with the City of San Carlos, Cadiz, Bago, La Carlota, Silay, Kamangkalan, Sagay, Victorias, Escalante, Sipalay, and Himamaylan. 1st District, Honorable Gerardo P. Valmayor Jr. 2nd District, Honorable Leo Rafael M. Cueva. 3rd District, Honorable Francisco Kiko B. Benitez. 4th District, Honorable Juliet Marie de Leon Ferrer. 5th District, Honorable Maria Lourdes T. Arroyo. 6th District, Honorable Genaro M. Alvarez Jr. Bacolod City, Lone District, Honorable Greg G. Gasataya. From Region 7, Central Visayas, Bohol with the City of Tagbilaran, 1st District, Honorable Edgar M. Chato. 2nd District, Honorable Enrico Aristotel C. Aumentado. 3rd District, Honorable Christine Alexi B. Tutor. Cebu 1st District, Honorable Eduardo Eddie R. Gullias. 2nd District, Honorable Wilfredo Willie S. Caminero. 3rd District, Honorable Pablo John F. Garcia. 4th District, Honorable Janice Z. Salimbangon. 5th District, Honorable Vincent Franco Duque D. Frasco. 6th District, Honorable Emery Lollipop Uwano Dizon. 7th District, Honorable Peter John D. Calderon. Cebu City, 1st District, Honorable Raul V. Del Mar. 2nd District, Honorable Rodrigo A. Abellanosa. Lapu-Lapu City, Lone District, Honorable Paz C. Radaza. Negros Oriental, 1st District, Honorable Jocelyn C. Lim Kai Chong. 2nd District, Honorable Manuel T. Sagarbaria. 3rd District, Honorable Arnolfo Arnie A. Teves Jr. Siquijor, Lone District, Honorable Jake Vincent Villa. From Region 8, Eastern Visayas, Biliran, Lone District, Honorable Gerardo Jerry Boy J. Espina Jr. Eastern Samar, Lone District, Honorable Maria Fe R. Abunda. Leyte, 1st District, Honorable Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez. 2nd District, Honorable Lolita T. Javier. 3rd District, Honorable Vicente Ching S.E. Veloso III. 4th District, Honorable Lucy Torres Gomez. 5th District, Honorable Carl Nicholas C. Carey. Northern Samar, 1st District, Honorable Paul Ruiz Daza. 2nd District, Honorable Jose Jun L. Ong Jr. Samar, 1st District, Honorable Edgar Mary S. Sarmiento. 2nd District, Honorable Shari Ann T. Tan. Southern Leyte Lone District, Honorable Roger G. Mercado. From Region 9, Zamboanga Peninsula, Zamboanga del Norte, 1st District, Honorable Romeo M. Haloshos Jr. 2nd District, Honorable Glona G. Labad-Labad. 3rd District, Honorable Isagani S. Amatong. Zamboanga del Sur, 1st District, Honorable Divina Grace C. Yu. 2nd District, Honorable Leonardo L. Babasa Jr. District, and Honorable Cesar Jawo L. Jimenez Jr. 2nd District, Honorable Manuel Jose Manix M. Dalipe. Zamboanga Sibugay, 1st District, Walter Shark V. Palma II. 2nd District, Honorable Ann K. Hoffer. From Region 10, Northern Mindanao, Bukidnon with the cities of Malaybalay and Valencia. 1st District, Honorable Maria Lourdes Acosta Alba. 2nd District, Honorable Jonathan Keith T. Flores. 3rd District, Honorable Manuel F. Zubiri. 4th District, Honorable Rogelio Neil P. Roque. Camiguin Lone District, Honorable Xavier Jesus D. Romualdo. Lanao del Norte, 1st District, Honorable Muhammad Khalid Q. Dimaporo. 2nd District, Honorable Abdullah D. Dimaporo. Iligan City Lone District, Honorable Frederick W. Siao. Misamis Occidental, 1st District, Honorable Diego Nonoy C. T. 2nd District, Honorable Henry S. Oaminal. Misamis Oriental, 1st District, Honorable Christian S. Unabia. 2nd District, Honorable Juliet T. Uy. Again, the Ora City, 1st District, Honorable Rolando Clarex A. Uy. 2nd District, Honorable Rufus B. Rodriguez. From Region 11, Davao Region, Davao de Oro, 1st District, Honorable Y. Curat Zamora. 2nd District, Honorable Ruel Peter S. Gonzaga. Davao del Norte, 1st District, Honorable Pantaleon D. Alvarez. 2nd District, Honorable Alan Aldu R. Duhali. Davao del Sur, Lone District, Honorable Mercedes Didi C. Cagas. Davao City, 1st District, Honorable Paulo Z. Duterte. 2nd District, Honorable Vincent J. Garcia. 3rd District, Honorable Isidro T. Ungab. Davao Occidental Lone District, Honorable Lorna P. Bautista Bandigan. Davao Oriental, 1st District, Honorable Corazon T. Nunez Malanyaon. 2nd District, Honorable Joel Mayo Z. Almario. Region 12, Soxargen, North Cotabato with the city of Kidapawan, 1st District, Honorable Joselito Joel S. Sakdalan. 2nd District, Honorable Rudy S. Kawagdan, DPA. 3rd District, Honorable Jose Pingping I. Tejada. Sarangani Lone District, Honorable Rogelio Ruel D. Pacquiao. South Cotabato with the cities of General Santos and Coronadal, 1st District, Honorable Sherlene L. Bañas Nograles. 2nd District, Honorable Ferdinand L. Hernandez. Sultan Kudarat, 1st District, Honorable Princess Rihan M. Sakaluran. Second District, Honorable Horacio P. Swansing Jr. Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, Basilan Lone District, Honorable Mujib S. Hataman. Honorable Yasser Alonto Balindong. Maguindanao with Cotabato City, First District, Honorable Dato Rooney Q. Sinsuat Sr. Second District, Honorable Ismael G. Mangudadato. Sulu, First District, Honorable Samir A. Tan. Second District, Honorable Munir M. Arbison. Tawi-Tawi, Lone District, Honorable Rashidin H. Matba. From the Cordillera Administrative Region, Abra, Lone District, Honorable Joseph Santonino B. Bernos.
Apayao Lone District, Honorable Elias C. Bulot Jr. Benguet, Lone District, Honorable Eric Yap, Caretaker. Baguio City, Lone District, Honorable Mark Ogo. Ifugao, Lone District, Honorable Solomon Chungalao. Kalinga, Lone District, Honorable Allen Jesse C. Mangawang. Mountain Province, Lone District, Honorable Maximo Y. Dalog Jr. From the Caraga Administrative Region, Agusan del Norte. First District, Honorable Lawrence Law Fortune. Second District, Honorable Maria Angelica M. Amante Matba. Agusan del Sur with the City of Bayugan. First District, Honorable Alfel M. Bascug. Second District, Honorable Edibong G. Plaza. Dinagat Islands, Lone District, Honorable Alan D. Ecleo. Surigao del Norte, First, Honorable Francisco Jose Bingo F. Matugas II. Second District, Honorable Robert Ace Barbers. Surigao del Sur, First District, Honorable Prospero A. Pichay Jr. Second District, Honorable Johnny T. Pimentel. Party List Representatives. 1 Pacman, Honorable Michael L. Romero, Honorable Enrico A. Pineda. A Teacher. Advocacy for teacher empowerment through action, cooperation, harmony towards educational reform, Honorable Maria Victoria V. Umali. Ambis OWA, ang Asosasyon sang Manguma nga Bisaya OWA, Mangunguma Incorporated, Honorable Sharon S. Garin. Abang Lingkod, Honorable Joseph Stephen Caraps S. Paduano. Abono, Honorable Conrado M. Estrella III. ACT-CIS, Honorable Eric Goyap, Jocelyn T. Tulfo, Honorable Rowena Nina Taduran. ACT Teachers, Honorable Franz S. L. Castro. AGAP, Honorable Rico B. Heron. Ako Bicol, Honorable Elsaldi Esco, Honorable Alfredo A. Garbin Jr. Ako Bisaya, Honorable Sunny S. Lagon. Ako Padayon, Honorable Adriano A. Ebcas. Alona, Honorable Ana Marie Villarasa Suarez. Amin, Honorable Amihilda J. Sangkopan. Anwaray, Honorable Florencio G. Noel. Anak Kalusugan, Honorable Michael T. Defensor. Ang Probensyano, Honorable Alfred C. De Los Santos, Honorable Ronnie L. Ong. APEC, Honorable Sergio C. Dagook. Bahay, Honorable Naelia Bainto Aguinaldo. Bayan Muna, Honorable Carlos Isagani T. Sarate, Honorable Ferdinand R. Gaite, Honorable Eufemia Kafemia C. Kulyamat. BH. Angelica Natasha Ko. Buhay, Honorable Jose L. Lito Achet Jr. Sibak, Honorable Eduardo Brother Eddie C. Villanueva, Honorable Domingo C. Rivera. Coop Natco, Honorable Sabinianos S. Canama. CWS, Honorable Romeo S. Momo Sr. Diwa, Honorable Michael Edgar Y. Agdipay. Dumper, Honorable Claudine Diana Bautista. Gabriela, Women's Party, Honorable Arlene D. Brosas. GP, Honorable Jose Gay Kabat Sandro L. Gonzales L. M. Losotan. OFW family, Honorable Bobby D. Pacquiao, Patrol, Honorable George Patrol Bustos, PBA, Philreca, Honorable Presti C. De Jesus, Probinsyano ako, Honorable Rudy Cesars Fariñas, Honorable Jose Bonito S. C. Singson Jr., RAM, Honorable Aloy Lim, Recoboda, Honorable Godofredo N. Guya, Sagip, Honorable Rodante D. Marcoleta, Senior Citizens, Honorable Francisco G. Datol Jr., TGP, Honorable Jose Bong G. Teves Jr., Tingog, Sinirangan, Honorable Lieda Marie K. Romualdez, TUCP, Honorable Raymond Democrito C. Mendoza.
Mr. Speaker, the roll call shows that 301 members responded to the call.
With 301 members in attendance, which includes 21 members physically present and 280 who are participating now via telecommunications and/or other online technologies like Zoom and Facebook, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration of House Resolution 1059.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Consideration of House Resolution 1059 is now in order. The Secretary General is instructed to read the title and the text of the said resolution.
House Resolution number 1059, resolution informing the Senate that a quorum being present, the House of Representatives has entered upon the exercise of its functions. Resolved as it is hereby resolved by the House of Representatives that the Senate be informed that a quorum being present, the House of Representatives has entered upon the exercise of its functions. Adopted, signed Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez, Majority Leader, and Bienvenido M. Abante Jr., Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of House Resolution 1059.
There is a motion to adopt House Resolution number 1059. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. House Resolution 1059 is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration of House Resolution number 1060.
Order. Secretary General is instructed to read the title and the text of the resolution.
House Resolution number 1060, resolution informing President Rodrigo Roa Duterte resolved by the House of Representatives that President Rodrigo Roa Duterte be informed that the House of Representatives as entered upon the exercise of its functions, adopted, signed, Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez, Majority Leader, and Bienvenido M. Abante Jr., Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of House Resolution 1060.
There's a motion to adopt House Resolution number 1060. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. House Resolution 1060 is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration of House Concurrent Resolution number 10.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Consideration of House Concurrent Resolution number 10 is now in order. The Secretary General is instructed to read the title and text of the said resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution number 10. Senate and the House to hold a joint session to hear the message of the President of the Republic of the Philippines. Resolved by the House of Representatives that the Senate, concurring that both houses of Congress of the Republic of the Philippines hold a joint session on Monday, July 27, year 2020 at 4 o'clock in the afternoon at the session hall of the House of Representatives to hear the message of the President of the Republic of the Philippines. Adopted, signed, Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez, Majority Leader, and Bienvenido M. Abante Jr., Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of House Concurrent Resolution number 10.
There is a motion to adopt House Concurrent Resolution number 10. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. House Concurrent Resolution number 10 is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, in order to give the House Secretariat time to transmit to the Senate the copies of the resolutions we have just adopted, and until we have received the messages from the Senate on the resolutions they have adopted, I move for the suspension of the session.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The session is suspended. Session is resumed.
Mr. Speaker, we are receipt of the messages from the Senate, and I move for the consideration of the same.
Please proceed.
Secretary General.
Senate Resolution number 471 entitled Resolution Informing the House of Representatives that quorum is present in the Senate and that this body has entered upon the exercise of its functions for the second regular session of the 18th Congress of the Philippines. And Senate Resolution number 472 entitled Resolution Informing the President Rodrigo Duterte that a quorum is present in the Senate and that this body has entered upon the exercise of its functions for the second regular session of the 18th Congress of the Philippines.
The archives.
Senate Concurrent Resolution number 12 entitled Concurrent Resolution Creating a Joint Committee of the Senate and the House of Representatives to notify the President of the Philippines that Congress, now convened for its second regular session of the 18th Congress of the Philippines, is ready to hear his State of the Nation address in a joint session of both houses.
To the calendar of business for the day.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration of Senate Concurrent Resolution number 12.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Consideration of Senate Concurrent Resolution number 12 is now in order. The Secretary General is hereby instructed to read the title and text of the said resolution.
Senate Concurrent Resolution number 12. Concurrent Resolution creating a joint committee of the Senate and the House of Representatives to notify the President of the Philippines that Congress, now convened for its second regular session of the 18th Congress of the Philippines, is ready to hear his State of the Nation address in a joint session of both houses. Resolved by the Senate, the House of Representatives of the Philippines concurring that a committee of both houses of Congress be created, composed of 9 members, 3 to be appointed by the President of the Senate, and 6 to be appointed by the Speaker of the House of Representatives, to notify the President of the Philippines that Congress, now convened for its second regular session of the 18th Congress of the Philippines, is ready to hear his State of the Nation address in a joint session of both houses. Adopted, signed, Juan Miguel F. Zubiri, Senator.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of Senate Concurrent Resolution number 12.
There's a motion to adopt Senate Concurrent Resolution number 12. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Senate Concurrent Resolution number 12 is adopted.
In view of the adoption of Senate Concurrent Resolution number 12, authorizing the creation of a joint committee of both houses to notify the President of the Philippines that Congress is convened and ready to hear his message on the part of the House, I move that the following be appointed to the joint committee: Honorable Paulo Z. Duterte, Honorable Luis Raymond F. Villafuerte Jr., Honorable Reneo E. Abu, Honorable Jesus Crispin C. Remulla, Honorable Janet L. Garin, Honorable Abraham N. Tolentino.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The members of the House of Representatives so named are hereby appointed to the joint committee and are requested to immediately discharge their responsibility.
In order to give the members of the joint committee time to perform their assigned task, and until the House counterpart is ready to report back their accomplishment to this House, I move for the suspension of the session.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The session is suspended. Session is resumed.
Mr. Speaker, we have received a report from the Notification Committee that the President has been informed that Congress will convene in a joint session at 4 o'clock this afternoon to hear his State of the Nation address. Mr. Speaker, we wish to remind the members of this chamber that those physically present today must be here an hour before the joint session at 4 o'clock this afternoon, and members who will attend through online technologies must register at 4 o'clock this afternoon.
The remarks of the Majority Leader are duly noted.
Mr. Speaker, to give way to the joint session at 4 o'clock this afternoon, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The session is adjourned until 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
Sessions already adjourned, awaiting for the arrival of President Rodrigo Duterte. He will deliver his speech within 60 minutes. Stay tuned for the Sona of the President of the Philippines. Habang nandyan po kayo, pwede po kayo makipagkaibigan dyan. while waiting for the president.
Dito na.
Naka-on.
Naka-on lang yun. Naka-on doon pero nakapatay yung screen. Pero walang piniplay. Yan.
Rodrigo Roa Duterte.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the Republic of the Philippines, Rodrigo Roa Duterte.
Please rise for the nation's prayer.
Na lubusang makabagin at ang inyong kapaitan ay walang mali.
Buong pagpapakumbaba kaming lumalapit at humihingi ng inyong kapatawaran sa aming mga pagkakasala sa isa't isa, sa aming pagwawalang bahala, sa kalikasan at sa iba pa ninyong mga nilikha.
Hilumin ninyo kami ang aming mga karagatan at mga kagubatan, marapatin ng muling maging daliwan ng inyong mga biyaya.
Sapagkat kayo ay patuloy na namamayani sa lahat, maging sa salot na aming kinatatakutan.
Tulungan ninyo kami na mahanap ang lunas sa laganap ng pagdurusa. Mangusap sa bawat puso namin.
Roa Duterte.
Cayetano and the honorable members of the House of Representatives, Vice President Maria Leonor Robredo, former Presidents Joseph Ejercito Estrada and Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, Chief Justice Diosdado Peralta and the Justices of the Supreme Court, His Excellency Munter Mahfoud Salim Almantre, and the esteemed members of the Diplomatic Corps, Executive Secretary Salvador Mindaldia, and the members of the Cabinet, mga mahal kong kababayan. We live in a troubled time. A dream of prosperity for our country was suddenly snapped by a pandemic virulent virus. No nation was spared. Neither rich nor poor were exempt from the onslaught of this deadly disease. But let us not despair. The vaccine is around the corner. Sooner and not later, the virus that gobbled up thousands of lives will itself be laid to rest. In the meantime, let us express the nation's gratitude to those who courageously and willingly put their lives on the line to serve the people and country. We share the griefs of their families, and no amount of tears can compensate their great losses. My countrymen, it is sad that while government focuses its attention resources to battle the coronavirus, there are those who take advantage of a preoccupied government. One of them is Senator Frank Dillon. In an interview, he arrogantly mentioned, among others, that oligarchs need not be rich. Then he linked the anti-dynasty system with oligarchy, and the topic was my daughter and son. This happened after the Committee of Franchise voted 70-11 to deny the grant of franchise to ABS-CBN. Obviously, he was defending the Lopezes, that they are not oligarchs. Great wealth enable economic elites and corporations to influence public policy to their advantage. Media is a powerful tool in the hands of oligarchs like the Lopezes, who use their media outlets in their battles with political figures. I am a casualty of the Lopezes during the 2016 election. The dealers and purveyors of illegal drugs hiding in the shadow of COVID-19 have stepped up their activities. The amount of shabu valued at millions of pesos seized during police operations speak volumes of the enormity and the weight of the problem that we bear. The corrupt, the grafters, and the influence peddlers also take advantage of their fear and confusion that coronavirus generates the financial and material assistance of government to the unemployed, the sick, and the destitute, running into billions of pesos, are not spared from corruption and ineptitude. Even the donations for well-meaning private persons are schemed before reaching their intended beneficiaries. It is like snatching food from the mouths of the babes. The profiteers, overpricers, and the corrupt felons must be laughing while they stash their dirty monies, but not for long. They cannot outrun the long arm of the law. In this regards, the words of former President Ramon Magsaysay ring fresh and relevant today as the day they were said decades ago. He said, "We need men of integrity and faith like Rizal and Del Pilar, men of action like Bonifacio, men of inflexible patriotism like Mabini. We need their zeal, their self-reliance, and their capacity to work, their devotion to service, and their ability to lose themselves in the common cause of building a nation. If we allow greed and self-interest and ambition to rule us, then, as stated by one prominent physician, we will be left with nothing better than the lesser evil instead of the greater good. In my inaugural address 4 years ago, I said that no leader can succeed at anything of national importance without significance unless he has the cooperation and support of the people he is tasked to lead and sworn to serve. The efforts and resources which we poured out produced the momentum needed to bring our country closer to our goals. Suffice it to say, we made significant strides over time. Over 4.3 million poor families benefited from the Pantawid Pamilya. Over 92.2 million beneficiaries received subsidies under the unconditional cash transfer program. We also made available tertiary education and universal health care. Public utility drivers were given assistance to the Pantawid Pasada program. There are complaints that some drivers did not receive any assistance at all. I have directed the SWD and DILG to look into this. I welcome the passage of the law postponing the barangay and sangguniang kabataan elections. The postponement saved much needed government funds and ensured the implementation of projects under the current barangay officials. In the hindsight, it also saved us from holding the polls while we dealt and continued to deal with the pandemic. The Malasakit Centers Act has proven to be a great help to our less fortunate citizens needing medical services through one-stop platform in government hospitals. We commend the initiative and work of Senator Bongo in this regard, as well as other significant pieces of legislation as of today. There are 75 Malasakit centers serving Filipinos all over the country. These centers will be of great help in ensuring that our people remain healthy and resilient during these challenging times. The Salary and Standardization Law of 2019 increases the salaries of civilian government workers. I hope that this law will inspire our government workers to perform better and encourage young, brilliant citizens to join public service. I appreciate the law of establishing the National Academy of Sports. We can now give our deserving student athletes the training and the support they need to excel in their chosen field of endeavors. With the commitment of key members of Congress, the Executive Department, the FISGOC, or the Philippine Sports Commission, and the Philippine Olympic Committee, we're bound together with one vision to host the 30th Southeast Asian Games. Our athletes prevailed. More than that, we find patriotism, genuine sportsmanship, and camaraderie in our South Asian brothers and sisters. Indeed, we won as one. To our business community and the general public, We assure you that the landmark ease of doing business and efficient government service delivery act has been gaining momentum. We are closer to eliminating overregulation in government services. Frontline processes, including consular services, processing of building and business permits, and the services of overseas Filipinos and seafarers were streamlined. Passports and driver's license validity were lessened to ease the burden of the public. We received a BBB plus credit rating despite ASEAN credit rating downgrades and negative outlook revisions worldwide. The Japan Credit Rating Agency upgraded us from BBB plus to A minus last month. Meanwhile, Moody's has affirmed and maintained the country's ratings at Baa2 rather. To understand, because of the light, I have mine eyesight is not as good as new. Our fiscal position is strong, our economic fiscal management prudent, and our banking system robust. We are in a better position to weather the crisis caused by COVID-19 global pandemic. We have accomplished significant infrastructure projects under the Build program. I will not dwell lengthily on the nitty-gritty of our infrastructure accomplishments. Now, lest I bore you. Instead, we will release a comprehensive written report of our collective milestones and the details of accomplishments that remind us that perseverance, patience, determination will help us move forward even in the most difficult times. We issued last year the Executive Order number 100, establishing the Diversity and Inclusion Program as national program of the government. We want to end discrimination of persons on the basis of age, disability, ethnicities, sexual orientation, and gender identity and expression, and other character traits. My administration always believed that freedom from illegal drugs, terrorism, corruption, and criminality is itself a human right violation. Part of our efforts to uphold human rights is protection of the rights of children and the right against discrimination. Early last year, I signed Executive Order number 92, creating the National Council Against Child Labor. Government efforts to protect the rights of children will be amplified to prevent, reduce, and eliminate any form of child labor. Our achievements along this line will have been extolled by an overwhelming number of fellow member states in the UN Human Rights Council during its recently held 44th session last June. Rest assured that we will not dodge our obligation to fight for human rights. My countrymen, there are lessons to be learned from the coronavirus pandemic. It jolted us to realize that gains made after spending so much planning, effort, cost, and time could diminish considerably and quickly for reasons beyond one's anticipation. That it is much easier to destroy than build, that in a crisis of national proportion that affects every aspect of human life, government needs to have the support and cooperation of the people if it is to succeed in battling the cause of that crisis. That there are people who ask for compassion but show none themselves. That life, after all, is fickle like the weather. The gains we achieved for the first 3.5 years were put to a test when the pandemic suddenly struck the global community. While I am aware that the road towards a comfortable life would all be far easy if the pandemic had not occurred. And around the rest of the world, we suffered. The global scale and socio-economic impact of COVID-19 pandemic has been unprecedented. Yet, in the throes of its global health emergency, we have been able to withstand the headwinds generated by this coronavirus. In this regard, I would like to express my gratitude to all those who made possible the steady supply of food, water, basic utilities of our households. And the provisions of basic social services and financial assistance to our people. Our profound gratitude goes to everyone who helped keep our country's food supply chain running. The valiant soldiers, policemen, and security guards who kept peace and order in our community. The dedicated personnel who kept our essential establishment operational. You showed us kindness and selflessness. You gave us strength. You risked your own lives to serve the greater good in keeping the Filipino spirit of bayanihan. I also thank the men and women of the Interagency Task Force on Emerging Infectious Diseases and the National Task Force Against COVID-19 for all the countless hours it spent to keep the pandemic in check and for all the efforts it made to ensure the safety of our people. Let me also recognize the efforts of the local government units that step up and initiated their own response measures to contain effects of COVID-19 and its impact to their constituents have been impact to its constituents. The shadow says it's a period there. I know exactly the difficulties you are undergoing. I pray that the officials of each LGU in our country, from the barangay to the autonomous regions, would set aside partisan politics and selfish interests to do what is right and good for all. Likewise, I likewise issued Executive Order Number 104, which imposed ceilings on retail prices of at least 133 drugs and medicines and directed a continuous review of the retail prices of others. This proved to be providential now that we are facing a pandemic. To everyone who helped us in this time of great need, maraming salamat po. Let me say that the strength of a nation rests in the hands of the people acting as one with government. In the pursuit of common goals and objectives, when the pandemic struck, I decided to prioritize life over other considerations according to experts. The intervention that the government had put in place prevented as much as 1.3 to 3.5 million infections. To me, even if the numbers were much lower, it would still be and would have been worth the sacrifice we made. Buhay muna bago lahat. We initially encountered difficulties ramping up our testing capacity. We now have 93 accredited testing laboratories nationwide, and we are aiming to conduct 1.4 million tests by end of July and ensure a quick turnaround time of 48 to 72 hours. Under the Social Amelioration Program, we allotted 2.5 billion or 2.5 billion for poor and low-income households who were affected during this pandemic, who thrive on a no-work, no-pay arrangement. Admittedly, our implementation of the Social Amelioration Program was not perfect, and some opportunists turned crisis into opportunity. We will catch up with you sooner than you think. We came up with the COVID-19 Adjustment Measures Program, extended financial assistance to over 650,000 affected individuals in the formal sector, 110 OFWs abroad, and almost 83,000 repatriated OFWs were also provided temporary wage employment to displace marginal workers through the TUPAD project. Our indigent senior citizens were also provided with a stipend for the rest of the semester of the current year. This health emergency stretched government's resources to its limits. In response to the Office of the President, worked closely with Congress for the quick passage of the Bayanihan to Heal as One Act. May I again reiterate my thanks to you, the men and women of Congress, for the effort you invested in passing that law. I hope that we can get some or the same treatment of clarity, purpose, and the fastness to support the passage of the Bayanihan Recover to Act as One, which is supplement funds for recovery and response against the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. We must facilitate the country's economic recovery. I call on Congress to fast-track the passage of the proposed measure, such as the Corporate Recovery and Tax Incentives Enterprises or CREATE Act. This the corporate income from the current grant a combination of fiscal and non-fiscal incentives, among others. The financial institutions strategic transfer or first step will set up mechanisms allowing banks and other financial institutions to dispose of and transfer non-performing assets and loans to asset management companies similar to the special purpose vehicles. Our economic managers have seen infrastructure investment as an effective tool to help spur high growth, attract investments, create jobs, and achieve financial inclusion for all Filipinos. The DBP has resumed the construction of the North Luzon Expressway Harbor Link, the NLEX-SLEX connector, the Cavite-Laguna Expressway, the Metro Manila Skyway Stage 3, the R1 Bridge Project, the Tarlac-Pangasinan-La Union Expressway Project, and the Subic Freeport Expressway Project, to name a few. To realize the maximum benefit from the country's investments, the infrastructure projects under the Build program, which are labor and capital intensive, are not mere springboard for the country's swift recovery pandemic. They are economic benefits to be distributed to all corners of the country and push sustainable stability in the urban centers, particularly Manila. The TESTA launched online mode of livelihood and skills training. There are 71 free online training to help upskill trainees for the right opportunities. I asked TESDA to come up with special training programs to retool our OFWs so they can find employment opportunities here and at home. I am also calling on the CHED for scholarship programs for the qualified dependents of our OFW. I direct the Department of Agriculture and DTI to come up with the agribusiness and entrepreneurship projects to help displaced OFWs rebuild their livelihood. Further, I ask the Land Bank and other government financial institutions to continue providing low interest loans to our OFW. Sa mga kababayan ko na naghihirap sa ibang bansa, nandito na ang inyong gobyerno para matulungan kayo at inyong mga pamilya, lalo na sa panahong ito. The government will intensify its efforts to help businesses, especially micro, small, and medium enterprises, or MSMEs, by providing responsive government assistance and services capitalization and business operation support as we adapt to the next normal. Nananawagan po ako sa ating mga lessors. Nananawagan po ako sa ating mga lessors. Malasakit at bayanihan po ang sana ang pairalin natin ngayon. This is not the time to drive away leases. During normal times, they were the primary source of your income stream. Now, it's time to be fair and compassionate. Come up with an amenable arrangement with your tenants. Huwag po natin silang pagtabuyan, tanggalin ang tubig, kuryente at bubong. Commercial establishments are requested to give grace periods to allow deferment of payments, especially for MSMEs that were forced to close down during the quarantine period. Let us help them recover. We pump prime the recovery and rehabilitation of the MSMEs. The DTI to the Small Business Corporation set up the Philippine 1 billion COVID assistance to restart enterprises or CARES program to provide zero interest loans for MSMEs affected by the pandemic as of July 10, 2020. Over 2,600 loans applications worth more than 182.5 million have been approved. We are optimistic that this initiative will help our MSMEs stabilize and recover from their losses. I also join the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas and the banks operating in the country to provide regulatory relief for our MSMEs and allow loan payment extension without incurring penalties and charges. We need your help to prevent the collapse of companies saddled with accumulated amortization and payables caused by closure of their businesses at the height of the strict quarantine periods. As we embark on this effort towards inclusive recovery, we should acknowledge that all forms of government support will go to naught if the new MSMEs do not thrive because of lack of consumer support. Ito ang panahon para suportahan natin ang ating mga kababayan na nagnegosyo at gumawa ng mga produktong sariling atin. In the same manner, in tourism and recreation industries, which are among the hardest hit by the pandemic, count on our full support while we slowly try to put the fun back in your local travels. The national government agencies and LGUs must harmonize their policies to boost tourism, ensuring everyone's well-being. We enjoin our people to help boost the economy by traveling locally. Local na lang. Once the necessary system are in place. The DOST offers its enterprise technology upgrading program to enable businesses to access training that will help them transition to online and contactless operation. Now more than ever, we need to protect our consumers. I direct the Department of Trade and Industry to ensure the empowerment of Filipinos on consumer rights and coordinate strategies between public and private organizations in building a fair, safe, resilient, and sustainable economy. There are welcome developments for commerce and industry, but major economic activities take place in borderless environment with the meager regulatory controls. They expose consumers to various risks related to security, data, privacy, and misrepresentation. We must patrol the country's cyberspace and enforce online consumer and data protection and privacy laws. We must run after online scammers and those undermining the people's trust on the online transactions. We must continue to protect Filipinos in the normal and remind the world that we are responsible stewards of data. I am committed to protect both physical and digital lives of our law-abiding countrymen. The national government shall lead the way in our transition to online systems. I reiterate my call for all government instrumentalities to implement systems that shall make physical queuing a thing of the past. Panahon na para mawala na ang pila para mapagsilbihan ang gobyerno ng walang kahirapan para sa tao. The DILG, DBM, and the ARTA, along with all agencies and instrumentalities of government, are hereby directed to make full possible services available online. We need to adjust and adapt a paperless type of business and work performance. We need e-governance. E-governance are people with the services they need and the comfort of their homes in the work or workplaces. It will enable us bureaucracy to better transition into the new normal and cut red and minimize red tape. Until the COVID-19 vaccine is available, I will not allow the traditional face-to-face teaching or learning unless the risk of exposure to the sickness are eliminated. I cannot and will not put to rest the health and lives of our students and teachers. About 2 weeks ago, I seem to have said that I would allow the face-to-face classes to resume. But we were talking actually of January, because my thinking is that by September, we would have the vaccine. How to get it from the producers or from other governments is really something which we have to deal with, because everyone, it's a global need, and everyone will go for it. But let me just mention it in passing that about 4 days ago, I made a plea to President Xi Jinping that if they have the vaccine, can they allow us to be one of the first, or if it's needed, if we have to buy it, that we will be granted credit so that we can normalize as fast as possible. Life that is lost is lost forever. Causes that are not substantial can be supplemented. Education that is delayed can be recovered. We must implement online learning, modular learning, and TV and radio-based broadcasts, which students coming from different backgrounds can avail. DepEd will provide the printed modules for those who cannot afford online learning. In support of the learning continuity program through blended learning, we plan to increase the number of schools with ICT equipment in the coming months. The DepEd and the DITC are building up the public education network or PEN that will connect all public schools and DepEd offices nationwide. We will prioritize the connection of all last mile schools and those who, with no electricity supply, can have it via satellite and energized via solar panels. By 2022, before I step down, the pen shall be realized. I'm referring to the program. I will do it. TV frequencies reverted back to government for whatever cause or reason shall not be used exclusively to the exclusion of other persons or other dummies to cope up with the demand of the next normal. This will be used to provide uninterrupted quality education to our children in our shift to e-learning. I am directing Secretary Guevara, Secretary De La Peña, and Secretary Onasan in collaboration with Secretary Briones and Secretary Abisado, together with Secretary Dominguez, to come up with an integrated program and implementation mechanism to ensure that these TV frequencies are fully utilized by government through the facilities of the PTV4 for the utmost benefit of the Filipino people. Let me just allow me to segue a little bit. For the remaining 2 years of my term, all that is good that belongs to government, whether it be the airwaves, whether it be the lines, or whatever that is good for the people, will belong to the government, and it should be government who should be given the first option to utilize them. Ang sobra kanila. I call on our communication companies to improve their services lest we be forced to take drastic steps to address the less than deal service that the public is getting from you. Alam mo, sisingit na lang ako dito. I am sometimes you are a government pictured to be weak and incompetent because we cannot really force our mandate. Alam mo itong nagbibigay ng mga public services, you better improve. Huwag naman ninyo kaming pahintayin Just maghanap kayo because if you are not ready to improve, and I might just as well close all of you and we revert back to the line telephone. At kukunin ko yan, i-expropriate ko sa gobyerno. Alam mo itong LB Street, yung smart, pati itong Globe, ilang taon na ito? At ang sagot palagi sa akin, the party cannot be reached. Saan pala pumunta yung yawa na yun? Kung ganun lang naman ibigay ninyo sa amin, we are a republic, a sovereign country. Bear that in mind because the patience of the Filipino people is reaching its limit. At I will be the one to articulate the anger of the Filipino people. And you might not want what I intend to do with you. Kindly improve the services before December. I want to call Jesus Christ to Bethlehem. Better have that line cleared. Alam sa totoo ng ate na po, ano ako sa inyo. I have been a citizen of this country and parang nilalaro lang ninyong kayong may pera. May pera kayo? Negosyo kayo. Wala kayong pera, putang, umalis dito. You give us half bills, half cook, transaction. Tapos ang tao nagbabayad. Tell us you cannot really improve on it because I will work by December. I have 2 years. The next 2 years will be spent improving the telecommunications of this country. Without you, I will find a way. I will talk to Congress and find a way how to do it. Last year, I said that distributing economic business activities is imperative to our country's sustained and equitable growth. Today, I reiterate that statement. I issued Administrative Order Number 18, directing concerned agencies to strengthen the development of special economic zones in areas outside Metro Manila. I also issued Executive Order Number the same, 114, to institutionalize the Balik Probinsya Bagong Pag-asa program. This consolidates and refocuses existing economic and social welfare programs, activities, and projects toward the countryside. It is also an international agency council headed by Executive Secretary Salvador Medaldia, which will create a framework for the effective implementation of the project. Kung hindi ninyo ako naiintindihan, sinabasa ko, mas lalo ako. In 2021, we aim to increase access to healthcare services by continuously hiring and deploying more than 20,000 health professionals. This will augment health workforce in LGUs, particularly in isolated and disadvantaged areas. We will implement projects to establish and improve barangay health stations, rural health units, and other healthcare facilities. And we will need to address internal security. We are doing the whole of the nation approach to bring peace and order, development in the countryside. We need to provide intervention and implement the barangay development program. This will provide cleared and threatened communities. This refers to a program where the armed forces would play a vital role in the one nation approach. This is what it's meant by this. And that every agency of the government, including the armed forces of the Philippines, should participate. And I am aware of the skirmishes and the assassination of our soldiers. And I said, correct this so that we can proceed with the barangay implementation as fast as possible. We have made significant strides in the past 4 years, but we need the support of local government leaders. We need your help to implement the barangay development program. Express concern when I declared martial law in Mindanao and its extension 3 times, but 2019 ended without my office requesting any further extension. Martial law in Mindanao ended by the police, by the military, and because this time I know that they know how to love the country. I thank Congress for the support to the administration programs. Congress has been very productive, but much more remains to be done. You know, actually, my speech, if we followed it carefully, it's all a plea to Congress to do this, to do that, to make a law or craft a whatever. And this one, I strongly urge Congress to pass a law establishing the Department of Overseas Filipinos solely on addressing the concerns of Filipinos abroad and their families. I reiterate this swift passage before this. Kawawa kasi itong ating mga overseas. If it's only an office there in the Labor Department, they are overworked or for whatever reason, their needs, their pleas are not really attended to with dispatch and with care. OFW, pati itong ano ngayon, ito yung sinabi ko kanina, I will go for it. We will need it to help them. I reiterate the swift passage of a law reviving the death penalty by lethal injection for crimes specified under the Comprehensive Dangerous Act of 2002. I did not hear so much clapping, so I presume that they are not interested. Wala ka? Someday I'll tell you the story of what happened to the Philippines. Hindi ngayon. But when sabihin ko sa inyo ang totoo, bakit nagaganito yung droga ng Pilipinas? Why the drug syndicates continue to operate just like the countries of Colombia, Mexico, and it is being played inside the national penitentiaries. Para tayong talagang binababoy tayo. Sabihin ko sa inyo. But this is not a time for storytelling. Sona kasi ito. So, dito na. This law will not only help us deter criminality, but also save our children from the dangers posed by the illegal and dangerous drugs. May I be allowed with the indulgence of the body? Itong bakit talaga ako galit sa droga. Let us make this a semi-formal speech. Alam mo kasi, 5 pamilya members o 6 or 7, pagka bumagsak yung tatay to drugs, the family crumbles. There's no more home to. Druga, and if he's receiving his salary, nagtatrabaho sa pantalan, 300 a day. Tapos ang shabu is sold at 2. He has about 100 to bring home. Kaya pagka gano'n, nag-aaway-aaway na, ang mga bata hindi nakapag-aral, ang iba ligaw na, mga babae into early prostitution, kung ano-ano nangyari. Hindi lang alam nitong mga na this is happening all over the country every day. And what is really very tragic is this. When the family starts to crumble, there's no more family home. And invariably, the wife would look for another husband, would look for a job, usually, easily, doon sa abroad. At yung asawa, aalis, yung lalaki na sa droga, yung mga anak iniiwan sa kapitbahay, sa kapatid. And the ferocity of the loss of the Filipino family home has been destroyed. Kaya kung anong mangyari nito, the wife works in the Middle East. I am not zeroing on any particular country, mind you. But alam natin, there are tribes in the Middle East which would allow rape as part of the territory of being a house help. Kasama yan. Kasama talaga yan. So yan ang mahirap dyan. You have a wife there being crucified, being used, magpadala ng pera, tapos ang mga anak Asan nasa Cebu na rin. Kasi these are the guys that the Cebu people would really, you know, stick by them until it crumbles, the resistance. And then you have plenty of this all over the country. Nila alam. Yung sinasabi nila ng misery sa itong human rights, plus 10 yan. Not to count the victims of crimes perpetrated by people addicted to Cebu. That is the reason why I'm so vicious in my galit talaga ako. See? Nilalaroan tayo. Well, I don't know. Any other president might. Pero ako ayaw kong lalaroan ng Pilipino. Do not do it in my country because I will really kill you. That is a commitment. Owning safe, decent, and affordable housing is every Filipino's dream. But the housing market remains inaccessible to most of our countrymen. I renew my call for Congress to pass the National Housing Development Bill and the Rental Housing Subsidy Bill. These will enable all Filipinos, regardless of social status, to live in decent homes where their families can lead meaningful lives. I also call on Congress to amend Republic Act number 10912 for the Continuing Professional Development Act of 2016. In this time of great pandemic and forthcoming reconstruction requiring professionals to undergo seminars is burdensome and not realistic. This must end. Ito pang isa. May mga profession. Singit ko na lang lahat to tell this is to inform the nation. May mga profession na they would require, I think it's the nicest, they would require them to come to Manila to retrain and for another round of expenses. Itong mga seminar na ito, dapat mahinto. I don't know in other provinces, but during my time sa barangay expeditions ng mga opisyal, hininto ko rin yan. And which reminds me, I will act on this also due time. We hail our health professionals as heroes. Now is the time to pass the Advanced Nursing Education Act and the law instituting the Medical Reserve Corps. COVID-19 will not only be the last pandemic. We need to create National Disease Prevention Management Authority to better respond to future outbreaks. We count on Congress to full support. You can just let it remain for a while in the Department of Health kung wala pang pera, but you have to expand the services. It would also entail a little bit of money, but not really as much as expensive when you set up a department. In the long term, we are looking into the creation of the National Disease Prevention and Management Authority to better prepare for the pandemics, protect lives, and allow development to proceed even in the worst of times. We are counting on the full support of Congress for this critical, important endeavor. I don't know, but I leave it to Congress to really. It's another department. There seems that it could be a multi-layer, redundant thing between the health and the proposed department. I call on Congress to prioritize the passage of a law for the unified system of separation, retirement, and pension, and of the military and uniformed personnel without, however, diminishing the benefits that our uniformed personnel are entitled to under existing laws. There is a need to adjust the pension system, which will be applicable only to the newly hired uniformed personnel, so as not to cause a ballooning effect against the budget of the military in the years to come, and yet maintain the pension benefits those already in service under the present law. This issue needs a solution now. Umpisahan natin ngayon para hindi na maging problema sa sunod na mga taon. I want to, one of the, this is not politicking, I am not running, I cannot run anymore. Yung dinoble ko yung sweldo ng for them also which ordinarily cannot be reached by any employee, that maybe it might be a vain attempt, but maybe dagdagan ng sweldo para it would be a hedge against corruption. We must also modernize the Bureau of Fire Protection and the Bureau of Immigration with urgency. Alam mo, sa Davao, and if you go there, I can show you, one of the serviceable trucks, fire trucks that we have in the city of Davao. Of course, ang city meron ng sarili, aside from the Bureau of Fire, which is really national. Meron yung fire Studebaker ang matatag ang katawan. Pero okay pa rin. It can put out. But totoo. This is how this Bureau of Fire issue medyo na overlook natin ng matagal. I emphasize the resilience and our people's safety, which cannot be delegated to any council or commission. Equally important is establishment of evacuation center in every city, province, municipality throughout the country. We must act before another major disaster shakes into action. Problem is disaster and even a fire cannot be made a projection when the earthquake would suddenly come and make a big crack there. ibig kong sabihin, this will require more than just one brainwork kung paano talaga itong how to prevent or avoid disaster. It would be, by the way, just before starting, I wanted to say it, pero baka magtindigan. It will be already nakita ko yung page pagbigay sa akin. Yung ibang input akin. Pati yung iba lahat. Ang nangyari po, nandyan na ngayon. Ito ng the responsible extraction and equitable distribution of natural resources remain among my non-negotiables. I reiterate the need for the passage of the National Land Use Act, which has been pending for decades. Pakisilip lang ho ninyo yan. For the rest of my term, I hope to see concerted efforts in protecting the environment. The rehabilitation of Boracay Island showcased our resolve to safeguard the environment. Boracay is doing well because of its scenery. If it's only a coconut and a black sand, white sand and water, wala yan. Pero you add the visitors there, then it becomes a very tempting destination. We have seen remarkable emergence of the island back to its former glory. I want this sustained. I ask Congress to enact a law creating importante ito, the Boracay Island Authority or BIDA. We need it. I cannot stress enough the importance of agriculture. The growth of our economy depends on a robust coconut farmers and the development of our coconut. Both of the executive department, pati ito, that ito yung pera na nakuha doon and itong perang malaki ito trace who are the farmers of yesterday. Marcos is a distant star. We do not know. Ako alam ko because we had a little piece also. It was covered by the land reform. Hindi na natin malaman kung sino ang may-ari. So I think Congress should look again and try to sort out how best the money can be utilized. I will not make any suggestion, but I leave it to Congress to decide what to do with it. I once again urge both houses of Congress to pass a version of the bill establishing the Coconut Farmers Trust Fund. Tulungan natin ang ating mga magsasaka pagka hindi mawawala yung pera, bilyon yan. Diyos ko po. Anyway, we have learned so many lessons along the way. I am also requesting Congress to pass the Rural Agricultural and Fisheries Development Financing System Act. We aim to provide adequate, accessible, and affordable food for every Filipino through the Plant program. After the build, I think this is easier to achieve. A few good men, few good regional directors, DAR, and dedicated workers down below could make this thing a success. Mas madali kaysa build. Ito, plant lang eh. It is more of how you try to convince the farmers to cooperate government for their benefit. This 66 billion agricultural stimulus package will help the agricultural and fisheries sector recover. I hope so. We need to build trust and confidence in online transactions, stronger protection on consumers, and enabling measures for online business needed through the enactment of an Internet Transaction Act. This is very good. I thus direct the Department of Trade and Industry and other relevant agencies to work on it closely with Congress, ensuring that the provisions of the proposed bill are responsive to the needs of the consumers while promoting the growth of e-commerce in the country. If you are tired of clapping, you just say so I can make a shortcut. Pabilisan lang yan. On the path of better governance, we travel with other partners, both old and new. Have helped bolstering the antiquated public health system, for bringing home or laid off Filipinos overseas, for filling in supply gaps for crucial medical supplies and equipment and staple food. For these and many more, the Philippines thanks all friendly nations. We will never forget your kindness and your timely support. Within ASEAN and beyond, the Philippines, we will continue to work with partners to address global perils and ramp up cooperation to secure for our people's greater peace, progress, and prosperity. The Filipino nation claims its rightful place in a community of sovereign states. Thus, we will continue to pursue an independent foreign policy. Let me be very clear about this. May I cut my prepared speech? Alam mo, I read a little over 3 weeks or last month na the Americans intends to go back to Subic. I'll just put on record my thoughts. I have nothing against America. I have nothing against China. But if you put bases here, you double the spectacle of a most destructive thing. Just like Manila during the Second World War, during the retaking of this city, one of the most devastated cities in the world. ay ang maglagay-lagay ka ng base at this time. This will ensure if war breaks out, because there would be atomic arsenals brought in. This will ensure extinction of the Filipino race. We work without fail to protect our rights in the South China Sea, neither beholden nor pawn to anyone. We broaden the boundaries of Philippine diplomacy. We build productive ties with everyone willing to engage us on the basis of equality and mutual respect. And we redefined our relationships with our most important partners, placing the country in a far better position to advance our interests in an evolving regional order and emerging global problems. Now, plenty of critics, both sides, claim about nothing has been done to retake forcefully or physically the South China Sea. Alam mo, unless we are prepared to go to war, I would suggest that we better just call off and treat this, I said, with the diplomatic endeavors. China is claiming it. We are claiming it. China has the arms. We do not have it. So, it's simple as that. They are in possession of the property. You remember property, you're a lawyer, property rights. They are, it has nothing to do with the Philippine laws on property. But it's akin to, they are in possession. So what can we do? We have to go to war. And I cannot afford it. Maybe some other president can, but I cannot. Inutil ako dyan, sabihin ko sa inyo. And I'm willing to admit it. Talagang inutil ako dyan. Walang magawa. I cannot. The moment I send my Marines there at the coastal shores of Palawan, tinamaan, cruise missile, lahat yan. Hindi pa nga set sail yan eh. Sabog na. Let me see again that the victory in a global battle against COVID-19 would take longer than we expect. Everyone's cooperation is needed. I know that you have, the Filipino people, have sacrificed a lot, but we have no other choice but to work together and to do even more. I must admit that our actions have been far from perfect. Totoo yan. I admit it. And there could be self. You that we will not stop until we get things right and better for you. I know that many of you are worried not only about health and safety, but also about our ability to move around and ride public transportation. The depletion of your savings due to the rising cost of goods and the loss of your incomes due to uncertainties in your jobs and livelihood, I assure you that your government will address squarely these problems and challenges to overcome them and proceed to a new normal. Marami ho talagang mawawalaan ng those for a middle income. They buy a car on installment basis. You can't keep up with the amortization. You lose it. You lose the car. And you are forced to ride on public utilities. Concomitantly, didiretso rin itong mga kriminal na rarami at crimes will increase. But let me assure you, for as long as I am president, there can never be a runaway crime in any of our cities. Hindi ako papayag naman. I can assure you, we will remain peaceful. Relatively peaceful. Hindi naman very peaceful. Pero kung sabihin mo na kagaya ng hold up dito, hold up, alam naman nila kung anong mangyari. You know what will happen to you. I am addressing myself to the criminal. Commit rape, you commit all sorts of things. Then, kaaway mo na ako. Pag bumalik kayo sa dati, kagaya noon, patong-patong na naman ang patay dito. Sigurado, hahanapin ko kayo. Do not ever go back to your old ways. Maghanap na lang kayo ng trabaho dyan. Magyo. To open up the economy to free, because whatever good it can produce will only be gobbled up or be outweighed by the bad it will generate. The recent search of business is proof of that. Arrested on time. China and the rest, for those who open up and those who do not follow the protocols of at least the World Health Organization, are suffering. And they have at least 140 deaths. No nation on earth was really prepared for COVID. No amount of preparation, because that kind of microbes visits about once every 100 years. Wala mga tatay natin, what they suffered was Second World War. But tayo, we are not ready, and therefore we will not gamble with lives and health of the people. Certainly no one would want to end up in the negative side of the equation. Not us. All I ask is that you continue to put your faith in your government and work with us in achieving what is best for the country and our people. Together, let us do, mahirap basahin kasi dito, the most that we can to ensure that this health, safety, and well-being of every Filipino, especially those severely affected, are taken care of. Together, we shall fight this pandemic with the same fervor as our campaign against illegal drugs, criminality, insurgency, and corruption in high places, and entrenched parochial interests. As a government worker, I am addressing each and every Filipino that the government cannot do this without your help. More than ever, we need to reinvigorate the deep-seated Filipino spirit of pakisama and malasakit within each and every one of us. We are being tested as a people and as a nation. Worse times loom ahead. But I do hope that this spirit of solidarity, aid, unity will serve as a drumbeat to which we shall march in unison in our quest for the light at the end of the tunnel. I appeal to each and every Filipino, let us take care of one another. Ito ang panahon para magtulungan, hindi panahon para lamang, mamang, di My faith in the Filipino innate patience, resilience, and determination to bounce back is unwavering. Let us share our blessings with those who have little and those who have none. This is the time to bring out the best in us. The woes that weigh heavily on our shoulders may bend our back, but they shall not bend or break our spirit. From the rubbles of adversity, a more resilient and stronger nation, built on bayanihan and pagkakaisa, shall rise. Together, we shall overcome. Before I pardon the time, but it was really the allotted time for my speech, I would just like to give a statement between us sa gobyerno kung hindi tayo nakakaintindihan. You know, Drilon extended, he was defending. I would like to ask Drilon, were you a part of Accra when this contract of Ayala Water was being drafted? And why are you fumigating? Bakit kasi ikaw lang ang galit? Nasabi mo na dynasty. You are a hypocrite. You know that you cannot pass an anti-dynasty law. Ikaw nandyan sa Congress, ikaw ang mauna dito. But you know, to take it against me for protecting my country is something which I really resent. Alam mo, you describe using the dictionary the synonym ng mga oligarchy, kung ano. Then you proceeded to characterize everyone, every name, and then said that oligarchy is not bad at all. Because not all oligarchies are bad. True. But ito, to my countrymen, the oligarchy that exists in this country, the oligarchy that existed during the Spanish time, and the Spanish lands and the friar lands, and all the benefits that were passed on to the insulares who did not go back to Spain or to the Spaniards and into their... But that was long ago. It has been forgotten. This is the oligarchy that controls the Philippines By what? By taking control of the water and the electricity and power. Yan ang oligarchy mo, Drilon. Wala nang oligarchy dito except that they have control. Look at how can you now craft a new contract? Because I would insist that you pay the billions and billions that you collected. For example, water treatment. O, andyan sa kontrata. It's in the billing. They've been collected. Since 1997. Ilang bilyon na nga wala ni isa. Not even a faucet was built for a water treatment facility. Yan ang mahirap sa you are the one, ikaw lang mag-isa. And I suspect that you were also the one or help when you were there in the Accra. We do not even know ang mga abogado sa public documents. Hindi nga alam. Hindi natin alam kung nakagraduate ba o hindi. Wala. Would you think Ayala would get the services of those? Ayala got Accra. Accra did it. Ikaw galing ka doon. Most of you, more successful lawyers sa corporation. You handle big corporate. Yun ang hirap. O, bangga tayo dito. Hinawakan ninyo eh. Hindi ka pwede kayo. Kita mo, noong nag-increase, walang tubig, pinuputol yung tubig. Tao, bumigay kasi hindi pwede yung tayo mag-go. Electricity, ayaw mo mag-increase. O ayan, wala ka. Palaging brown out lahat. I'm sorry, but I have to say this to you. I do not like it. It's not the time for it. It is the time for the Sona, for people to know and people to really get the facts. And the right of the people to be heard. Tayo na naman ang tao magsano. Hinawakan ninyo yung tubig pati electricity. Yun ang oligarchy. Kaya ako sinabi ko noong kumpanya. Corruption is not here. Yung mga customs, maliit yan. It's there upstairs. And I was really unprovidential. Dumating yung panahon na hindi ko hiningi. Then I saw the contract. Nung nakita ko yung contract na. Tsaka yung linya na yung choice, yung linya ng it belongs to government. The best of the transmission lines, whatever, government gets it first before anybody else. Thank you. I am through.
On part of the Senate, the joint session is adjourned.
On the part of the House of Representatives, the joint session is adjourned.
Salamat for watching. Thank you very much. Before we end, magdikitan muna kayo dyan. Baka gusto nyo pa makipagkaibigan before we end.